Hi. Cheers. Hi, and god kväll. Things are fine. It's been a busy day. Well, it's a Saturday, I think, so that should be. And as you can tell, it's starting to get a lot darker earlier here, which isn't a surprise either, since it's later in the year now. Well, you are most welcome to this one. And I'm doing fine. Everything went by smoothly today at work. Decent amount of guests, which means that I have a job, which is good. Would be worse if there weren't any people. And I had enough time after work to get by the local store or market to get some beers before it closed. Nothing strong though. I don't have anything above 3.5 tonight. And cheers. As for the band Niflheim, not really. I've met them a couple of times, though I've never talked to them. I've just been like in the same room and sitting pretty much next to them in different bars and such, on different concerts or just bars. And they started a documentary like 15, 20 years ago on the national television, which was pretty stupid, but just about Iron Maiden and heavy metal. Nothing special. And I've never been a fan, so I couldn't really care less. I'm not interested. But I'm not the kind of person that becomes different around other people, no matter who they are, really. Well, Heim is very different than Helm. But I've never heard of any Helm. That's well, whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't know or care about either of them. As for any band called Sadness, I've never heard of it. Couldn't care less either. Yeah, I'm not surprised that someone from a metal band would be a janitor. I know several that are well, either janitors or like caretakers of different facilities and things like that. It's honest work. Well, I got some porters and lagers tonight. So right now I'm having the Carnegie Porter. As for what was Kim at 17, well, that depends on what you refer to. I worked as a washer and busboy at restaurants and I was working on the first demos of hypothermia. I was usually by myself and wandering the woods. That sounds like a good conversation though. And if I enjoy fishing? Nah, not really, since I don't consume them and I think it's not far from torture to catch things that are trying to just live on their own terms in their home. It's like a rude kidnapping, kind of. I used to ice fish when I was a kid with my grandfather, but beyond that, not really. Well, there's always reasons or excuses to get drunk, I think. And hi, Maya. That's for it. Sorry. I'm getting some questions mixed up here. I'm fine, thanks. A bit tired. I've been plant-based for the past 5 years, and before that, I was vegetarian for 10 years. And on some occasions during those 10 years, for maybe 1 or 2 of those years, I was pescatarian because of different friends or relationships that were kind of, yeah, I'm not sure what they were at the moment. Doesn't really matter. But of course, as we all evolve over the years, so does our values. The concept of flesh is an abstract one, and I'm going to address that in a video in the future because I think death and different aspects and concepts of death is not just interesting but important to discuss. And I agree with Miguel. These chairs are very comfortable. My mother has one as well. And yeah, it's true. Not too many people know how to handle many things properly. It's all about putting proper care into things. As for, and hi again, as for if I would be willing to dispute music from other artists virtually, only if I know them personally. Like my friend Santino, we had his album of Artling up here on this channel. But beyond that, not really. I'm not against it. Maybe in the future, if I ever restart my label properly for bands beyond my own. As for if I take vitamins or essential amino acids, well, it's not that there aren't enough of them in plants. It's just that they are less. Uh, they are less easy for your body to absorb through different plants and leaves and so on than when they have already been digested and treated with enzymes from another being, which is one of the basic reasonings why people are taking supplements. But if you eat enough of different plants and also if you combine different things with, if you just know your chemistry and physics well enough, you need to make sure that you have sufficient amounts of fat or acid to chemically react, bind to the molecules that makes it easier to absorb the different vitamins and acids in different food groups. Very basic ones is like adding coconut oil or olive oil or lime juice or lemon juice or some kind of vinegar or a combination of them with your food. But of course, supplements doesn't hurt. It's in general, when it comes to many different vitamins, it's better to take too much than too little. While when it comes to minerals, you can get some. It depends on you individually, of course, but it depends on you. If you have any latent things in your family, then you should, of course, talk to a doctor first before you make any drastic decisions or changes to your life or diet. But generally, of course, minerals is something you should not overdose on, because they can build up in different organs and create complications, which isn't good, especially if you take medications or self-medicate. But it sounds like you have a good idea about, or philosophy about, what you do. As for what I think about deforestation, I think it's a pity and a shame. But of course, I understand why some people need to do it. And I know that it can be done in a sustainable way, as long as people have less incentives to be corrupt and greedy. And that's unfortunately a hard thing to manage, evidently. As for if Johan will return in the future, to the stream, yes, and to my future studio or home, yes, but not to this specific location, because he's busy with work and so am I. As for if I were interested in studying science, not really. I prefer doing things on my own terms, so I'm interested in those subjects, but not in the curriculums that different schools have. I don't like school, but I like studying, once again, on my own terms. And it took me several years and several trips on various psychedelia for me to realize how much benefit different fields of physics and chemistry have, and what you can apply it to when it comes to art and diet. And setting up camp and a fire sounds like a good idea. As for how much to eat, that depends on my mood and also the day, how busy I am and so on. And also if I'm poor or not. But I've always been lean, because I move around a lot and I've always been living like an active lifestyle, or whatever you wish to call it. Like I've always been fluctuating, like never more than 5 kilograms from above or below my general weight. And yeah, during different days I eat a lot more, and I've always eaten more than anyone else in my family or any workplace, any co-workers. And the irony is that most of them are larger or bigger than me. So it seems like I have different metabolism. People have many associations. And if anyone thinks that I'm too quiet, just feel free to ask me anything or request things that I should cover in upcoming videos, and I will do my best to remember it, add it to my list. After all, this is an after work, which means that I've worked and I've been up since 4 in the morning. It's getting close to 10 in the evening now, and I've worked for 12 hours, so I need all the energy that I have for whatever it is that we're doing here. And hi, Melancholic. Cheers, and welcome back. As for how I implement chemistry in art, well, it's very basic. You know, the pH levels in different inks is on the low side. And so is if you add something with higher pH, or if you add something with some fat in it, like blood or milk, the ink doesn't break apart in its structure and gets put on top of the liquid. But if you add wine or some different kinds of water, it usually spreads out the ink in a different way, and sometimes if it's acidic enough, like different wines, it also breaks apart the molecules of the ink, so it looks like shattered glass or ice. Maybe if you ever seen like petrol or oil in a water puddle from a car, something like that. Pretty much that effect. And that's a very basic way to explain it. And I can't really recommend any books about it. I've just practiced it and learned it on my own through practice. And as for if I have any favorite animal, definitely cats. As for what song is in the LifeLover song with an accordion, I honestly have no idea, because I think it's just a sample from a keyboard we used back then. And Hi, Cruelty. Welcome back. As for any advice to a novice artist, musician, or someone who's never played an instrument, how to start, or how I'm inspired by my own philosophy, well, that's something that has been developing for many years. And I would simply say try to get out in nature or anywhere that puts you into a meditative state and see where that takes you. And of course, if there is an instrument that you're interested in, or production technique, or tools to design sound or produce sounds, wherever interests you is usually a good way, and to not be too set or limited by a certain instrument, because if you don't have devotion or passion for what you're starting, it's not going to be interesting or good in the end, I think. So if it's something that you feel that you can give yourself to, that's a good start. As for if the place where I live is quiet, and if it's far from the city, uh, it's pretty quiet most of the time, and it's about 10 kilometers from the closest city. And I'm going to go somewhere else soon because I can't afford some of the things that the banks and other people are putting me through at the moment. So I need to sell it and move away to somewhere smaller for a while until I get a different job and can save up some finances and get back on my feet, since I had counted on various tours and other things the past 2 years that were planned but had to be postponed. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that about my paintings and photographs. And yeah, I've definitely thought about creating a physical book, but it won't be all of my visual art, of course, because I've taken a lot over the years. So it's going to focus on specific things. And I also want to record something like an audiobook, similar to a podcast, but more like an audiobook or a mix between it, to publish it along with the book, like with a download code rather than a CD, because that's limiting. So if you buy the book, you get some stories along with it, because why not? As for what the song Nitlott is about, it's kind of a mockery song about both fans that follows artists blindly, but also critics and people that complain. And back then there was more of a true sentiment in the metal and black metal underground, which always complained about me and my friends' other bands. So we felt it would be fun to make a song just for them. And good morning to those of you in the other part of the world where my evening is the morning. That's nice. As for Agronomo, uh, you're most welcome, and for listening. As for when I'm moving out, I'm not sure. In a month or two, I guess. It depends on if anyone is interested in buying it already in September, if it will take until October, but hopefully in the autumn, because I moved there in the winter and that was a bit harsh. It's better to move in the autumn so the next owner can make any adjustments and upgrades to the home before the ground freezes. I think that would be more fun for them. And yeah, that sounds like cool timing indeed. Sometimes that happens. And yeah, it's a decent beer. It's a porter from a Swedish brewery. Yeah, there is a fair share of mocking songs in LifeLover. Because everything doesn't have to be completely serious, but of course you can be completely serious and mocking at the same time. And this is beer, a porter to be specific. And from my perspective, Horns Emerging has never left. It's just in the shadows, as it always has been. Because a decade ago I recorded the first album, and for various reasons, the different vocalists and the record label didn't find it to be interesting enough for their own standards, while I thought it was a great album. So I need to make some adaptations to it. And then, of course, there is a second and third album composed that needs to be recorded. And the other members are busy with families and work and things like that. So it needs to be sometime in the future when everyone has the right time. And no, the sun is gone since an hour. I have a light in the window because otherwise it would be dark. I can make a short example. If I turn off the light, this happens. And I think it would be annoying to watch this for too long. As for what I like more, you can never beat beer because there is so much variety in so many countries and so many styles. But of course, I never mind a good wine either. But you can never beat beer. And if I like black tea, well, I don't mind it, but I prefer coffee, but I can drink any tea. As for if more releases were planned after Sjukdom, before Jonas died, yeah, we were making plans to record the next album after the tour that we had to cancel. And unfortunately, there's not much that can be done about it. Life happens, and so does its opposite. As for what I think about Minecraft, I think it's a bit too well, it's hard to find a good word for it, but I think it's a bit too specific or detailed when it comes to, like, I don't like when you have to make something for the sake of making something. And it feels like a lot of things are made in a certain way just for the sake of it, so that you always have to be essentially grinding. And I don't like grind heavy things, where I can appreciate grinding in games when you have like a specific goal or purpose, but when that is all of the game, I'm just out. So it's not for me. Yeah, I will have candles on future streams when I'm in my new home, because I have a lot of candles, but not here. After all, this is my workplace, and it's an old wooden building that's about 100 years old, so candles are limited here. And the main reason why I don't do streams from my other home is because there is no internet there. But where I'm moving, there will be internet. So that's going to change things. I haven't said that I support fishing or hunting, but I understand why some people do it. Same as why I understand why other people have different diets in general. But that doesn't change that I'm a misanthrope. But that doesn't make me unable to do essential things that are required in life, like going to a store and making errands that are necessary to persist and subsist. You have to make a difference between following ethics or ideology blindly or not. Or if you're going to be an adult or a child. I'm not in charge of other people's decisions or actions in their lives. Everyone are responsible of themselves, to a big extent at least. I'm not at a point, place, or power where I can have that control over anyone, really. I can just hopefully inspire or motivate some people to be more conscious of their efforts and decisions in life. And I can assure you that I've inspired or convinced more people that I know to be either completely or more plant-based than those who are blindly following ideology. So feel free to be disappointed. That's up to you, of course. I can't control how you feel. But if you're going to judge based on a simple interaction or answering someone's comment, you should try maturing a bit, I think. As for if I have a photograph or a photograph that you see, not really. I'm not really interested. And yeah, since the light is in the window, it's a good spot for the light, I think. That's why it's there. And I've never listened to the soundtrack of the game. And I agree with the earthy peanut. More people should be living in a way that creates deeper gratitude, or awareness, and respect for nature and wherever their meals come from. And as for what country in South America that I would like to visit and why, well, I can't think of any specific one because I would like to visit and perform in all of it sooner than later, hopefully. We'll see where the future takes us and what it holds. As for what my opinion on Christianity is, I think that's not really interesting. And to not create some palate fatigue, I'm going to have just a regular lager for the sake of variation. Then we'll get back to another porter. This is just a basic lager named after a city that is about 2 hours northwest from here. Nothing special, but it's decent. And if there's a comparison for me between spirituality and respect for animals, well, I wouldn't limit it to animals, but to me, they are a part of nature just like us, and I think all of nature should be respected and get more respect because we are nothing without it, while it is a lot without us. And if I like Czech lager beer, well, I like most Czech beer. I've only had maybe around 30 to 40 different ones over the years. Of various strengths and strength, yeah, dark and light, and yeah, it depends on mood and weather. But simply put, good beer is good. And yeah, I definitely intend to come to Chile. Good people there, though I haven't really talked to them in a decade. As for if I like Guinness, yeah, I've had a few different versions of their beers, and I I appreciate them. I usually like stouts and porters. As for what made me become interested in spirituality and nature, I think those are connected, and I've always lived close to the countryside and to forests and like farmlands, and just fields. And when I was younger, after a while, I started to both get sick of school and the different youths that were in schools, and several of the teachers were not really that good at their job. So when I was old enough to take my bike to school instead of getting a drive or ride from my parents on their way to work, I would often go out in the forest instead and either wander just to explore new roads and paths, or I would not buy, build different shelters, tree houses or huts against different trees or rocks and so on. Just exploring the forests behind where we lived. And over time, that progressed more and more into like a philosophy or a place where I would find or reach meditative states and implement that in my life on a more frequent basis. And where I am today, pretty much. And yeah, again, it's expensive for being such a giant brewery. They should be able to do it cheaper, but of course, I don't mind a workplace paying their workers properly. So if people that works at their brewery are paid well and have a good life, then it's worth paying a couple of extra crowns or cents for their product, I think. But yeah, of course, compared to a lot of smaller breweries and craft beers around the world, that doesn't cost a lot more, while they have a much smaller output and distribution network. I think that makes those beers even more impressive. As for what Expander is about, it's a cottage where I grew up, where I used to spend times in my youth, and how that place or what that place meant to me, but also it's about love and affection. It's about feeling so much more of yourself when you're with someone, that when that person is not with you, you feel as like you're not existing at all. And that's a kind of a mood that I was in when I wrote that lyric. And as for what age I tried acid the first time, that was actually pretty late in my life because I chose to try different other psychedelia before then, like uh, DXM and Philosopher's Stones and psilocybin mushrooms, and of course plenty of pills and other things, along with insane amounts of alcohol, which can be very psychedelic if you take it in a certain way. So I think I was 25, 26 or 25 when I first tried acid. So I knew a lot about myself and my perspective on the world when I took it, and I took it alone. In other words, I did it on my own terms. As for what German beers I know, well, I know plenty of them if I go into a store, but I couldn't name them because they're in German and I'm Swedish, and I use German to a little. Like if I'm in Germany a lot or on tour, it's easier for me to recall them by name. But right now, I haven't really drank a lot of German beers the past 2 or 3 years because I've been here in Sweden. But I like a couple of gauzes. And I've had some Lichtenheine a while back, but I think that was maybe a year or two ago. And the irony is, of course, that most places that make a Berliner Weiss is not from Germany. But of course, there's a lot of decent wheat beers that I sometimes like to have with different foods. And then you can't not expect, escape many of the lagers. But many Swedish beers are similar to German ones. Of course, our smaller breweries or craft breweries are either very Belgian, English, or American in nature. So it all depends on what you like to drink. As for the background of Instrumental Asylum, I have no idea because that song was completely made by my friend, so I have no idea about that, unfortunately. As for if there is any breakup song by LifeLover, well, that's a matter of perspective, but I I wrote the song Nästa gryning, Next Dawn, on the Pulver album after one of our friends ended her relationship with Jonas back then. That's kind of a breakup song, though it's it's more like a dark poetry kind of, yeah, dark drama kind of thing. Youth, silliness, intoxication, and other things. As for if I were in Jönköping about 3 weeks ago, well, I'm pretty much in Jönköping now. And me and Johan walked through, we were at Rosariet in Rosenlund, yeah, around 3 or 4 weeks ago. Because I worked there about 20 years ago for a summer, so I wanted to show him in that park, and we had walked from the center of Jönköping back then, so we needed a little break. As for if I have grown mushrooms myself, yeah, definitely, and a lot of it, and I look forward to do it more again in the future because it's a very meditative and ritualistic process. And I made a very basic method that is well proven and useful and effective. I made very simple substrates out of brown rice flour and vermiculite and some water that I inoculated with different strains of spores that I've collected over the years that I stored in my freezer that used to work pretty well for the 3 years that I was growing in my old apartment. And then I had spawning chambers with just simply like wet perlite. And I usually got between 3 and 5 flushes out of each substrate. They are pretty cheap to make when you buy everything in bulk. And of course, I have pressure cookers and other things for sterilization and pasteurization and so on. As for how often I drink alcohol, it depends on my mood and what other things I have to do. But generally, if I'm not too tired, if I'm too tired, I just have a couple of glasses of water after work. But otherwise, I prefer to have 1 or 2 beers after work because it's a kind of rewinding, calming down, focusing my mind, and planning ahead for when I have more time off, and then I create videos or wanderings and make pictures and videos. And a lot of it is in the works to be uploaded when I have a more stable connection. While sometimes it can take weeks or months without it, especially if I'm poor, because if I have to choose between food and alcohol, I always choose food. At least when it comes to buying it. If I have wine at home and I don't have enough money for food, I can sometimes make the choice to drink and then go to sleep just to save money. But that was over a year ago, and I haven't been able to, or I haven't had to do that since then, fortunately, since I've been working more and yeah, other reasons. And hi to Ecuador. Good to see you here. I don't think anything about grunge really. It doesn't interest me. I don't like the vocal style. I don't mind the music generally, But I usually find the vocals or the vocal style of most of those bands to be annoying, frustrating, or just nauseating. It's not for me. And as for if there's any relationship between shamanism, and my work in hypothermia, yeah, definitely. That's something that is developing over the years. I wouldn't call myself that, but yeah, there is mysticism and the ritualistic magic and different old Scandinavian folklore and practices that are present in my awareness of this world and myself and so on. And my thoughts of works of David Lynch is that I tend to appreciate most of it if I'm in the right mood. I prefer Twin Peaks to any of his movies, but I don't mind his movies. So, since my question or answer about grunge, no, I'm not a fan of Alice in Chains. I think it's not for me. Bored when I hear it. I don't. Yeah. I understand why some people would appreciate it. To me, it's too predictable. And yeah, Blue Velvet is fantastic. As for having a fear of getting caught by the police when you're growing, well, I think that no matter what you do, and no matter if it's illegal or legal, if it supports something that you care about, and also if that activity is something that you care about and feel passion or devotion towards, you shouldn't have paranoia because it's going to be worth it regardless of what it evolves to. So I've never had paranoia about it because, from my perspective, I was bringing reflection, love, and awareness to people. And that shouldn't be legal. It's not like I'm selling weeds to preschool kids or benzodiazepines or anything worse. And also, of course, if you're smart enough about it, you're going to have a separate dealer that you're selling to so that you don't have any actual connection to whoever buys it from them. So the people that buys your product and the police don't really know who you are or where the product comes from. It's pretty basic, I think. So when you have different security measures in place, that adds to why there shouldn't be any paranoia involved in it, and that you can focus simply on the ritualistic and meditative aspects of growing the mushrooms and harvesting them, sharing them, spreading them. Because, yeah, there's not really any reason why anyone else would know about where they come from. Because if that's the case, there's not enough links in the chain. As for movie and music recommendation, hmm, I think everyone should watch the movie Mysterious Skin a couple of times. It's very interesting and melancholic. And of course, the soundtracks to it is amazing too. It's made by one of the composers of Cocteau Twins, Robin Guthrie. Most of his solo works are pretty fantastic, so I would recommend the majority of them too. As for other music recommendation, I've recommended the Demon for years now. Beyond that, I'll think about it. I'll see if I come up with something else. And if I tried Spice when it was popular, yeah, unfortunately, too many times. And I've never really enjoyed it. But I had some interesting experiences on it. But I wouldn't recommend it. And you are most welcome. And I'm glad to hear that too. In a year or two, I'm going to be back on the market in those terms. It will be evident when that happens and what products I have to offer back then. And yeah, I've had crazy panic on that too. But I like to take overdoses of other substances and also weed or hashish too. So I welcome panic and anxiety. I don't mind it because I know where my levels are. But I understand that it might be traumatic for some people. And no, I don't like Gummo. I think it's overrated and generic as fuck. And it's not that I distance myself from metal music. I just feel it's generally, I think it's overrated. But I enjoy metal to some extent. And I'll be back in just a minute. I need to simply make room for another beer. Cheers. asked for advice to write lyrics. Uh, well, I write maybe 1 or 2 lyrics each year, so I'm not the right person to take advice from because obviously I'm not very effective in that department. Because to me, I have a very high standard or threshold where I think something is worth sharing. I have high standards, which I think everyone should have, for that matter. So if your co-musicians or bandmates are not good enough at making instrumental songs, they should practice that too. Because sometimes you just need a good title for a song to make sense. And that could also inspire like mantra, which can be more than enough to make a good lyric or vocal line for a song that you can repeat and make something interesting out of. But traveling is usually good. Meditation is fantastic, though that's another form of traveling, just like intoxication is, and so on. And now I don't really like any punk music. It's not for me. And yeah, it's a loud door. I'm the only one that stays here, so all of the doors in this part of the building haven't been greased or lubricated in quite a while, so they are very loud when you open and close them. But I enjoy it. I think it's a nice, cozy, old sound. Then, of course, because I'm close to a microphone here, the level and the gain is a bit turned up. Because then I can have the microphone over here instead of having to sit like this. I don't like how electronics looks in camera or video. So I prefer that as much as possible of any electronics are not visible. That's at least my perspective and aesthetics. But of course, if it would come to something being inaudible or unbearable or just so much better, I would hold it. Then, of course, I have a mic stand, but unfortunately, the holder for the microphone broke last week when I was out in the forest recording a couple of songs. So that's why I don't have a holder for the microphone, and it's on a long sleeve shirt on the table instead. But that's better than the integrated speaker in the computer. External is usually better. As for if I've ever cut myself so much that I passed out or almost died, nah. It's more about the circumstances around it. At one time, I didn't patch up my wounds properly and then traveled for 8 hours. And during that trip, my wounds opened, and then I had to go to the emergency room at the hospital because of that. But that's more of me being generally uncaring, negligent, and having maybe too much confidence in my healing abilities. But I survived, though I was close to dying that one time. But otherwise, I've done over 1,000 wounds several times without like really passing out. I've been dizzy from pain. And I almost fainted from that, but I don't think that counts. It's a natural reaction, more or less. Well, the light here is pretty shitty, so I think if I showed different parts of my body that has cuts, it wouldn't be too interesting. It would look like a bad striptease, and that would get this video removed too. But when I'm making my videos where I'm painting, I have less clothes on, and that's going to show more of my scars and wounds. So whenever you wish to see that, it's going to be in the art performance, live painting ceremony videos that are coming sometime in the near future on this channel. It sounds like you might have a similar idea about wounds like I used to have in the past. I've fallen a few times since then and bashed my head open and gotten carbon monoxide poisoning, and I would never recommend that. But that's a different kind of wound, different kind of trauma. As for cutting, I've always been too late to any hospital to get any stitches. I've just had open wounds that they taped up. Yeah, I can answer that question. When it comes to the background or story of the pictures of me and Niklas and some women, because I used to live with one of my friends who used to be his photographer for a while. So we had a photo session for their 7th album. I don't remember if it was 7th or 8th. It just has a stupid name, like many of their albums. And we were taking pictures of him, and I was helping out with the scenery and the light or the backdrop. And We're drinking wine and doing some speed and just hanging out like we used to. And then for a special picture, because they were already taking pictures with him and some of the women, and we felt like it would be fun to get some males involved into it too. And one of my friends were there with his girlfriend, and he didn't want to join in the picture, so his girlfriend joined the picture, but he didn't want to. So then I simply took his place. And yeah, I don't give a shit about who sees my ass, so that's why I didn't mind taking those pictures, because I thought, yeah, it's just a fun thing. And hola. And thank you, Mir. As for any streams with Niklas, we'll see what happens in the future. I'm not against it, but I'm not going to work for it, because I've always had my hand out, and he's been free to grab it, but he chose to go behind my back and disrespect me. So that's his problem and not mine. But I don't mind him. I understand where he's coming from, or where he came from. And whenever he's ready to apologize and see me again, I'm prepared to forgive him for whatever stupidity he committed in the past. Well, when it comes to crediting me as a songwriter for anything, they didn't in the beginning, but I trashed the merch stand for their label when they were with Cal on tour. And explained to them why I did it. But also, one of their vocalists mailed me about some vinyl reissue or edition of one of their albums, and I explained that they were not allowed to feature the songs that I owned on that. So they didn't first. And then, of course, after that, they've reissued it, and I've never gotten a single cent for it, so I don't give a fuck if they credit me for using my songs under their name. That doesn't change that they are thieves and generic, weak, useless excuses for beings that don't even I will never call them a band or artists, because they're not. They're just thieves. It's porter time. People should just learn to shut up about those kids and their meaningless project that will never have any value in this world, and it would have never existed if they couldn't on other artists that had worked before them to establish themselves. As for the practice of cutting, I understand your English, but the question is very random or not focused. I can't really say that it makes a lot of sense because it's open-ended. But in my youth, I used to cut myself more frequently just for the sake of the experience, and it to be like a fraternal thing or a friendly thing or an act of boredom just to pass this time and to have something to paint with. And to me now, it's like 20 years later, it's more about meditation and ritual practice to get in a certain mood, but also, of course, having a liquid to paint with and to add something personal to a piece of art. As for what I think about the misogynistic aspects of Niklas, I don't think similar at all. And I think that's his problem and not mine. And once again, whatever other people do or think doesn't reflect on me. Because I don't support that kind of mentality. That's sort of how I deal with a creative block, long or not. Usually, having access to a different instrument or form of expression is good. So if I don't have ideas for writing lyrics, I just don't write lyrics. If I can't play guitar, I try to learn piano or learn a new instrument. If that doesn't work, I find a new instrument. And if that doesn't work, take more walks and take pictures. You always find something new through cameras, especially if you use manual focus instead of autofocus. Same with video cameras. And if you combine videos or pictures with sound, you have another art form to explore. And those should be more than enough to spark some more creativity or ideas out of any mind, I think. And if that doesn't work, then you should do something else. And if Homicidal Tendencies is the only song in English that you sang, live with LifeLover, we had plenty of other songs in English too. At least a few. But it's been a while, so I can't name them at the moment. Because of various reasons, we're not active anymore, so And as for having control of other people's thoughts or actions and choosing who I spend time with and share energy with, yeah, of course, that says something about ourselves, but it's too idealistic and it creates too much restrictions if you live your life by excluding anyone that doesn't agree entirely with your own ideologies or philosophy. But of course, it does reflect on you to some extent. And of course, it's ideal if you can avoid interfering with your like flow or energy too much, because it's definitely a waste to spend your time or energy on people that doesn't deserve it, because that generally gives them energy that they don't deserve, and that's not wasting my time to for example approach different people or artists that sure they would get more people to watch what I do, listen to my albums. Because in the end, and also that's why I'm not active on social media, because I don't give a fuck about how many people likes what I do if they're not genuinely devoted to my causes. And I know that that person, among others, isn't. He only cares about himself. And many people can, of course, say that about me too, because in the end, the only thing that I actually care about or live for is hypothermia. And anything else is also to feed that energy and to maintain the ability or possibility to be alive longer and get the resources needed to fund more manifestations of hypothermia. And no matter what losses I have personally, doesn't matter. And I know of Nicanor, but I haven't read his books because they felt a bit silly to me. But I've heard that there are good books, but I don't, I don't have the time. But I don't exclude it from my future, whenever that is. As for if I've ever dealt with being too egoistical, having to come down from that way of being. Um, it's a matter of perspective, I think. But yeah, I can sometimes be a bit too focused on my own kind of goals or my way of life that I forget of other people's perspective. And I've had friends remind me of that, and I've learned from that. But since then, some of those people have removed themselves from my life out of their own will. So I can't really do much about that, except try to learn from that experience and do my best to become a better person towards both others and myself for the future. Because generally, that means that it's going to benefit, yeah, those around me, and that generally benefits me, which means that it benefits hypothermia. And once again, that's all that matters to me. And as for the music of Subalternus and anything else concerning Anna, uh, well, I don't mind it, but when it comes to my own experience of solitude and being an artist and doing things on your own terms, it's definitely a lifestyle. Doesn't matter if it's a character too. If you do it long enough, it becomes a lifestyle. And as for if I enjoy skiing, I don't like the kind of long form slope kind of thing. But when it comes to like the kind where you just go long distances through tracks in the forest, that can be pretty meditative because it's similar to wandering except you have different boots on pretty much. But I haven't done that in over 20 years now. As for who owns the copyright to LifeLover, that's divided between the different members. So because we're registered to different agencies that dwell in copyright, sales and streaming and so on, we all get our share based on each album. So that means that the parents of B gets his share. It's pretty simple. That's what I think about the world of Tolkien. I think it's interesting, but I've never dwelled too much into it. I've never read the complete books. And the majority of the movies are a bit too long-winded for me. I watched them when they came out, mostly for the sake of it, but it's nothing I can return to. As for how long I will be still working in the restaurant, yeah, the end of September. And after that, I will be hopefully finished moving or in the process of moving. And I will do my best to do something useful then. And I haven't listened to any Subarternus or other bands really the past 2 years beyond what I already know because I'm working on two different albums of different projects that require all of my focus and I don't want to have any inspiration or distractions from anyone else. I can't take any risks on recording or composing or performing something and then feel that it's a mirror or reflection of something else that's not based in nature. So I'm not, no matter who sends me something that I should listen to or watch, I'm not going to. And I've had this approach for 20 years now, and it's been working for me to maintain integrity and focus in my bands and projects. So I'm not going to break that. And it doesn't matter who says it. It's nature or nothing. And I have an idea where I'm going to move, not specific to a location or a house or apartment, but at least an area. But it's between two different cities where I've found a few interesting apartments that have very good conditions that would be enough for me to store my distribution center of vinyls and CDs and shirts and music equipment beyond what I can fit in a house or apartment. And now Pulver is 15, not 20. But hypothermia is 20 on the other hand. And Pulver wouldn't exist without hypothermia. And yeah, I've always considered myself to be someone that transmits or manifests. On all my albums, I've always written that the work is made through and not by, and then following any of the people participating on the manifestation or recording of something. And I never cared for Bankerit, so I have no idea wherever black metal is from there or off there. I've had some interesting experiences there. This is not really relevant. As for if that girl died or not, I honestly have no idea because the past few years that I knew her, she had problems with different drugs, and that generally doesn't lead to good things. So it's possible. Because the people that I know or relatives that I used to have that were connected to her are either dead or like over 1,000 kilometers north of where I live. So I have no connection or knowledge of anything that has happened the past 6 or 7 years. So I have no idea. As for finding purpose or meaning in life, I think that's an individual thing. It's different for everyone. It's a bit too much either personal or random questions that I feel I can't really comment on. And I would never move to Bankeryd, and I would never want to live in Småland. Uh, there is some nice nature around here, but I would never want to live here. There's something about the mood or atmosphere and just the general vibe of people, and also the dialect. I just can't stand it. As for an idea or my idea of antinatalism, can't say much about it. I don't have any opinion about it. I understand why some people have it, but as soon as I see or hear anything that is anti, I feel that someone is losing or lacking a bit of the bigger picture. And I will never move to Denmark, of course. Yeah, the Småland dialect is disgusting. And yeah, I've done datura in the past, though smaller amounts, and just the stramonium variety, which is of course milder than some others. And Halland has a disgusting dialect too, so nah. And also that's a bit off. It's too far away, and other people have done that before me, so I don't feel like there's anything there for me on many levels. I prefer the West Gothic forest and plains. And the Norrland is a bit too far away. So if I would move away from Västra Götaland, I would go to Dalarna. Because I have enough good friends and contacts there. And the nature is fantastic too. They have some good breweries as well, so many wins. Gothenburg is too expensive, though I like Gothenburg a lot. But I prefer it as a visitor than an inhabitant. And Åland is complicated because of the way that it's ruled or not. There's different rules for owning property there, and also it's a bit expensive. And of course, far away from everything. I like Åland, and I've been there plenty of times. But if not Västra Götaland, it's Dalarna. Because those two are areas where I can both find good housing for an affordable amount, while also having access to our airports for future travels, and also to not be too far away from the mainland of Europe by vehicles in the times that is going to be a mode of transport. As for if I have experiences with bullying, yeah, the majority of my youth I used to be punched on a daily basis, as well as just basic insults and bullshit. So that taught me at an early age to rely on myself and know who I am and where I am in this world. As for if I've visited the States and if I remember it, yeah, I wasn't that drunk, though I made my best to try close to 100 beers during the month that I lived there. I used to date a woman from Seattle, so I visited her once for a month, and we traveled to both Vancouver and Portland, beyond spending a lot of time in Seattle. And I like that nature a lot. It reminds me a lot about what I have around here, but also different, of course. It was a good time. I really like both Seattle and Portland. And then, of course, I've just flew through different parts of the US when going to Canada or Mexico. So I look forward to returning sometime when the restrictions are lessened. Um, well, I know that several of those people are still in the city where I grew up, but I haven't really seen them since. And of course, the irony is that many of those people wanted to go to the parties that I had that were pretty popular when I was younger. So I either would enjoy not allowing them in or kicking them out. Um, but I'm pretty sure that many of them are just general people, because they've always been general, normal people with regular jobs, being comfortable with where and who they are in life. I don't really care. It doesn't concern me. It doesn't interest me. And no, I don't know a Triangle, and I have no interest in going close to Ullared. That place seems despicable and disgusting to me. As for how I stay slim, I've always been, even before I was vegan, or before I was vegetarian, I've always had high metabolism and always been in an active lifestyle where I wander and walk a lot, and yeah, the way that I live, it's impossible to keep anything on. Just it's very basic. Most people know about it. Just choose to be more comfortable and ignore it, which means that you should always burn off more calories than you put in. That's all there is to it. Move more than you don't. Yeah, Linköping is pretty disgusting too. Never been to Laredo, but Linköping is disgusting. I would never go there. Haven't really been to Rosengård, but yeah, I've been to Malmö several times. But it's been like 16 years or something, so I can't really recall it. Not my kind of place, and once again, disgusting dialect. But back then I used to spend more time in Lund than Malmö. And if I would move away from Sweden, I think Austria is not on my list. Sorry. I prefer to visit. It's a country I like to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. And I haven't visited Finland, but I have been to Finland. But only the coast, unfortunately. Because we played some years on the Turku Satanale festival. And I've been supposed to go to Helsinki several times, but it just never happened. And Norway is a country that I prefer to visit too, because it's very expensive. And I know how to live cheaper there. So I know that it can be cheap to live there if you do it properly. But it's still more expensive than here in Sweden. And I happen to love many aspects of Sweden. So I don't have any reason to move unless I go to a different continent. But I do adore both Trondheim and Bergen. The times I've spent there has been fantastic. And it's been several over the years. As for my height, I'm more on the shorter side than tall side to most people. Generally, people think that I'm short, but yeah, it works for what I need to do in life generally. So I'm not too concerned about it. And in terms of like here in Sweden, we measure things in centimeters and meters. So you can convert that into anything you like and do whatever you want with that information. Because I'm 1 meter and 67 centimeters, 167. Yeah, it is what it is. And well, I wouldn't call it running into Garl. I've stood next to him and been in the same room as him and so on. But as with other people, like I respect their privacy enough that I wouldn't want to disturb them. And my personal experience in that aspect doesn't really matter, I think. Because if he wouldn't approach me, or we wouldn't be in a situation where it feels natural for us to have a conversation, I'm not going to interfere with his privacy. So I've chosen to not disturb him and let him be. Yeah, it's a bit 50-50 generally, I think. Many people are either the same length as me, or like generally many females are shorter and many men are taller, but there's of course some females that are longer or taller too. Over the years, like it feels like my little sister is a little taller than me, but I meet her like annually, so my memory is a bit fuzzy. When my father is taller and my mother is shorter. So I'm just in between everything. That sounds like a fantastic island. Fortunately, Argentina is a bit far away from me, but I know that I will go there someday. That will most likely to the mainland, of course, which is inaccessible by itself, but yeah, I'll find a way. Because in the end, it doesn't really matter if I'm not making money on it, as long as I'm not losing money. On the whole trip, that is. I can make some losses in the name of expanding my horizons and exploring. As for if Sweden is getting more diverse, I think, like many things, it's all a matter of perspective. But from our perspective, not really. But I live pretty isolated So I'm not the right person to ask, honestly. Because to my perspective, most people are close-minded. And yeah, of course, I've been open about it before, and I can be open about it again. That when I visit some people that I know in Chile and Peru, I'll make sure, and I know some people in Brazil and Argentina too, to very vaguely and like on the surface. But if I know that one of the objectives or problems about me going to some of the countries there is that I need to have something booked in one of the countries to be possible to go to the other countries. Because of travel reasons and having lesser expenses. But when I do go to one of those countries, I will inevitably go to some of the other ones too. As for if I deleted my Instagram, no, but I haven't logged in almost a year because I get anxiety from it, and I I don't like the feeling of being forced to upload frequently to just feel like an algorithm. That's not my kind of thing. And generally, I also feel that too many people spam my inboxes there with the PM or DM bullshit, and that gives me anxiety too. So it's easier for me to just not open that app because that application makes me stressed, and for me to be able to focus on my bands, I need to be as much in meditation and relaxation and distance as possible. So that's what I do. And when I feel that I'm ready to resume sharing pictures of nature and I have more releases to promote, then I will be more active again on Instagram. But I haven't deleted it. If it says that it's deleted, someone has then hacked it and deleted it. But yeah, it's generally overrated, I think. Yeah, there's always techno kids across the lakes. They used to be here a few months ago too. Fortunately, it's less of them right now. They're afraid of the cold, it seems. And I don't know anyone in Bolivia, but I'm like most countries. Would love to go there someday. I just don't know anything about it because it's so distant from my reality. and I have no idea what updates they may have done to that place over the year. To me, it's still born in anxiety that if I don't feel relaxed when posting something there, I'm not going to do it. This is more than enough. It's like a replacement, but an interactive one. As for if it's sensitive or not, and if I get physical symptoms from anxiety, well, that's a matter of perspective, I think. There has been other questions the past hour that has been more sensitive, I think, but some people are just insensitive and wish to have their voice heard regardless of what, which is why I ignore some questions because I'm not going to endorse that kind of behavior. But yeah, if I have enough anxiety, I tend to have it harder to breathe and get up from bed. And it's not sleep paralysis, but just fatigue. And also, it tends to turn into like more short-sightedness that it's harder for me to see things long term, and that I get lost in the moment. So if I don't keep being creative, I can then instead get lost into like a destructive or suicidal state that is hard to escape or turn off unless someone interrupts. And one of my problems with or against other people is that I always feel that I disturb people when I contact them because I feel like I'm wasting their time if I can't give something in return. So I almost only contact people when I know that I have something of worth or value to give them back for whatever it is that I require of them. So, of course, during those times of anxiety, I, of course, feel like I don't have anything to give anyone. So that means that I isolate myself and don't contact anyone because I feel that if I can't do the thing that I'm here in this world to do, I'm just wasting air. And until I can find a way to not do that, I will remain quiet. And I'm very good at that. bit too good. And I used to have more insomnia when I was younger. And over the years, I've been either blessed or cursed with having less free time, which means I'm more busy. And that means that you become more tired. And that makes it easier to sleep. And of course, there's also the aspect of having a lower tolerance for many things in life. The body becomes weaker after all. But hopefully the mind goes the other way and gradually becomes stronger. Because I used to have some years when I would stay awake for around 48 to 50, 52 hours, then sleeping for maybe 6, 8, 10 hours, and then repeat for a year or 2 or 3. Can't remember. Doesn't matter. So it all depends on perspective and also what needs to be done. If I have a lot to do, I can stay awake. And work was good. Sorry, AA, for not answering sooner. Was busy, sometimes very busy, but good and active. I'm not sure if it's connected to Asperger's, but I think being misunderstood is just a natural part of life. So I can't attribute that to my condition. It's just my experience of life in general. And I'm not wearing a suit. I'm wearing like a cloak or a coat that is made for hypothermia. It's a version of a cloak and autumn and winter suit by Nui Clothing from Toronto. And yeah, it's a light purple fabric that she selected for me, and it's custom made, and it's wonderful, and I like it a lot. And hi Elvia, I'm feeling fine, and damn, I'm very happy to see you here, Niklas. Well, I don't mind that you disrespected it. I felt it was from a place of heartfelt. Yeah, it was from a good place. And I remember when we had the conversation in Karlstad. No need to be sorry about it. I think that just proves many of the points that I made over the years about the band. and I don't remember all the details about the time we met there. And of course, yeah, during our talk in Jönköping, we met here too, at the cemetery here, not too far away from where I'm working now, or it's in the other part of the city, of course. But yeah, uh, no worries, man. And yeah, sorry to hear that you're not sleeping well, but hopefully it goes better in the future. Though maybe not. But you shouldn't put values to things too much. Uh, but you're one of the persons that got me into exploring the world of effects and sound design when you recommended me Eventide. And that is one of the things that got me started in the guitar pedal world. And hopefully you have maybe made some progress in your music since then. But otherwise, if you haven't, maybe we can find a way to make it work. And good night, Cruelty. See you another time. As for consider suicide and the mood for the sigils, uh, it's all about, for me, meditation and wandering and exploring not just different aspects of nature, but also life. Because it's a part of exploring both ancient Swedish history, but also nature and mysticism in general. And yeah, it's true what you say about the thoughts, and it can feed itself in wrong directions. But it can be a good thing too if you learn to control it. And I've had some interesting experiences when eating a lot of not philosopher's stones, but other kind of psychedelic truffles in excess. When I've been like obsessed with suicide, but from a more philosophical perspective. But I think working night necklaces, it shouldn't be referred to as a problem. It's just a situation. But yeah, I can understand that if you don't have the mood or inspiration to touch a guitar. I've had years like that in my life too, though yours period is longer than that. I'm sorry to hear that because I've heard some fantastic stuff by you, but of course that's not gone. That's in you somewhere, and anything good is worth taking the time it needs. There's enough generic black metal doom bands out there. We don't need another one of them. So I'm glad that you're not one of those people. That's one of the reasons why we kept in touch in the past anyway. And yeah, I agree. I have plans for like a long form, like podcast style kind of audiobook where I go through like philosophy, ideology, and yeah, many different aspects and degrees that goes into, you know, the kind of music or art or whatever you wish to call it that is born through this kind of existence. And cheers. I'd like to add for anyone that haven't been, yeah, either present through some other conversations or moments, is that there is a fine line between knowledge and wisdom, and I will never refer to as what I have or participate in or share as being wisdom, though I take it as a compliment and I'm glad to read or hear it. But of course, we can all improve and evolve with time. And I think in philosophy, there is it has like a poetic nature to it if you think about it hard enough. Because if something is meant to be shared, it should be shared well and beautifully. You should find the most deep, impactful, and powerful words as you can to share each aspect of an idea that you can to make it as powerful as possible and as impactful as possible and as beautiful as possible. Well, I don't know how busy you are at your work, Niklas, since you're in the stream, but since it's one of the most active visitors of these streams asking you, I'll let you answer him if you want. But otherwise, I can make like a summary of how we know each other. And first, that I appreciate that notion. And yeah, always had a problem or struggle with confidence and any kind of relationships that's not on the friend basis. I'm going to get one more of these from the fridge downstairs. And no, it's not Kvarfort, it's another Niklas. A genuine one. I'll be back soon. And cheers. Um, and I wouldn't say that I've listened to Total Self Hatred, but I've toured with them 13 years ago with hypothermia. We had some good times together. And in a not too distant future, I'm planning on finishing my driver's license, because the past 2 decades I've been busy with, focusing on my bands and life in general. So I haven't had the time to do that, and I always find ways to either walk or bike or take buses everywhere. But I'm going to, both me and my friend Johan will fix our licenses this autumn or winter. So I'll make sure to drive across Värmland then, because it's been far too long since I went to those woods. So we should have a beer then, Niklas. Or anything else. We'll find a way. It'd be interesting to catch up. And to make it brief, I can say that he's one of my contacts from the time when MSN Messenger used to be a thing. And for those of you who are either not using internet frequently or just too young, that's like Skype before video, just writing, and before Facebook and other bullshit. And like many of my different friends and contacts from back then, I used to travel around the country and meet some of them. Or if I traveled to another city where I knew people to make some music or art, I would, if I knew someone in the area, I would find the time to actually travel to their city or village and hang out with them or if they were in my city, I would take the time to meet them. So those were good old school times, like in the area of like 2004, 2005, 2006. And thank you, and you're welcome. And yeah, in the future, I will make sure to make a hypothermia show live on YouTube. Um, I just want to make sure that I've learned all of the aspects properly of getting the best quality of video and sound. And as you can tell, this is not a place because of radio interference and also sometimes problems with the video. And that's something that is good to learn before and not after. This is practice. And this drink is Mariestad. It's just a lager beer named after one of the cities in my other county. It's like a normal lager with general bitterness, like a bit more than. It's more of a pilsner than lager. At least that's how it tastes like to me. It says lager on the can, but it tastes more like a pilsner to me. Doesn't matter really. It's a good drink. And new hypothermia, time will tell. I recorded several albums several years ago, but where I'm fighting with record labels because they're treating me with less respect than I deserve. So until they manage that, it's going to be delayed. But just connecting back to both new hypothermia and also live shows or concerts or performances. Um, there are several members of the band that I will have plans to meet in the future. And I will make sure to make something live then, either at stream like this or music, hopefully both. And that's fine. Uh, take care and see you next time or a time after that, hopefully. Cheers and take care. For me, a favorite season is hard to say because there's many important things and aspects about each season. But definitely both autumn and winter have most aspects that are inspiring to me. And hi again. Uh, well, I haven't been able to do a lot live lately because I've been bothered by the radio interference here. But I changed from a regular sound card or interference, but uh, I can't find the word right now. Sorry, but I changed it to just like a regular mixer, and through the EQ, I was able to remove some of the aspects that disturbed me about interference. So you can probably hear it in the background a bit, and unfortunately, I can't remove it without a switcher for frequencies, and that's I don't I can't afford that. So it's going to be there as long as I'm working here. So another month of that. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why I felt a bit demotivated to do more streams like this, and also being very tired from having one of the busiest months of the year at this place. Now it's starting to calm down a bit. So that means that I have more time and especially more energy to spend some hours on something like this. And I have no idea what voice meter banana is. That sounds strange. I have no idea what that is. Because this is on top of a mountain and there's a lot of satellites and connectors on this building. So I'm not sure it's that easy. Like Convic has a network central in this building, yet have Wi-Fi that dies on me here because it's connected to another provider. So none of that matters in the end. Like there's so many aspects of this place that doesn't make sense. Of course, in the middle, it's in the middle of a forest too. Well, the EQ clips some parts of it, but I'm not sure how to use a voice meter. I'm a novice at many aspects of production that isn't connected to like guitar and piano, and percussion is what I'm used to. That's what I know how to produce. I'm not good at producing vocals or spoken word, unfortunately. I will learn one day, but today is not that day. And as for if I talk to Jan or with Jan, uh, we communicate, but on like a annual basis. So yes and no. Uh, it's not like we're not in contact. It's just that we don't speak frequently. We have a different kind of friendship. It's long term, and it takes the time it needs. Well, this is my fourth beer, and I picked up fifth and sixth, so that every second beer is either a porter or a decent lager. But of course, it's all 3.5s. But once again, I've only had breakfast at 10 in the morning here. I haven't had the time to eat beyond coffee and ice cream. So mainly my diet today has been coffee and water and now beer. That's why I might be wandering off a bit on some tangents and losing my train of thought. But feels fine to me. It's a tasty, relaxing time. It would have been nice, like some people said, that it would be nice with some candles instead of this light, but I don't have that here, unfortunately. And I've always, yeah, I've been up for about 20 hours, so I feel it in my eyes a bit. But yeah, it's fine. And good night, Dennis. As for my take on spoken word, I really don't know anything about it. It's never really interested me. But when it comes to things like audiobooks, if it's a subject that I feel is interesting or relaxing, yeah, I know. One day there will be both. But that's another time. Well, then after that, we'll see. Depends on the requests. Getting late and getting high sounds like a good combination. Yeah, it's not going to be on YouTube. It will be exclusive to something else. Yeah, you always got to be prepared. If you're not 2 drinks ahead, you're 2 drinks behind. Well, me and Johan have joked for over a year about me having an account at that place. And I think the only way it would make sense is if I make my art there, because obviously I wouldn't be allowed to be nude or cut myself on YouTube, but perhaps I could be there because it's behind a paywall. So that's one of the reasons why I would go to a place like that. Just for art, of course, because art can be many things. And I understand what you say about spoken word. Well, LifeLover is close enough to me, and of course, Ritualmord is a bit spoken word too. You'll notice that in our next EP that we release in the coming weeks. Well, fun is a matter of perspective. And from what I've read from that is that it's not that it's not going to remove nudity, but that it's going to remove pornography and obvious things like one of the things that put Tumblr in problems many years ago because obviously there was too much pornographic gifs back then, that they will remove things like penetration from people's feeds. And the irony is, of course, you can still watch that if you have a Twitter account and follow people that does that kind of stuff. And they have obviously no problems with their market share, so it's just bullshit and backstabbing like many things. Um, but of course, I do own my own domain and hosting, so I can always, and because I've always run labels, I know how to manufacture things on my own. So if I can stream it, I'll just record it, produce it, and press DVDs. So if I feel like one of my art performances is good enough to be put on a DVD, if YouTube or OnlyFans or Patreon will find ways to censor or remove it, well, then that's what I'm going to do. Because fuck social media and all its platforms. And fuck your social standards and norms. Art is superior, and it will prevail. As for next release, well, most of things that I do is through the umbrella of my old Enjoy, but I just upload it to Bandcamp and Spotify and so on, and then you see what happens. And yeah, one of the goals with Ritual Mode when we discussed it a year ago was to make one EP every season and just see how far we can take it and make it with a lot of variation. And I think, yeah, I definitely think that chaos is necessary, not for surviving, but to evolve. Well, obviously, I wouldn't cut for the sake of cutting. It would be a part of painting because it would be about painting, not cutting. I would never make a video where I'm just doing something for the sake of it. That's why I don't have an account already. Because anyone can do normal things. That doesn't interest me. And thank you for the offer. I'll think about it and see. I need to put down a bit of a list of what I've learned the past year on my requirements, what I need. Because I had people promise me to help with both streaming and building pages for me for different things, and nothing has happened. So I'm not going to spend time on something like that unless I feel or know that it's going to be actually made into reality. And that's nothing personal towards you. That's just my experience and my perspective. But yeah, I have many thoughts and ideas for the future and different projects. So if something can't be done in a physical format, or if it's counterproductive to put it in a physical format, and if it needs to be digital, I'll make sure to supply or and make a list and see if it's something that you can work out. And yes, true. What Earthy says, and it's another reason why I avoid social media. Cool. I had enjoyed at the same domain since 2004, and I wouldn't say that I'm impressed with their service. Uh, and at times I felt a bit betrayed or backstabbed because they do less for me while charging more. But that's pretty much everything in this world, so I'm not surprised. So that's why I'm not butthurt about it. Just a part of life and doing business in this world. And that's why I have a couple of different pages for different activities and places and so on. Okay, let's return to some darkness for number 5 here. It's the last bottle I have for this evening. Well, I don't have anything against that specific place, but uh, I have I don't have Squarespace as the host for Enjoy. That's why my shop isn't connected to that, and I I don't have the time to put in paperwork to have my other space connected to that. That's why there is a separate address to my web shop than my homepage. Because I had my Symphony to the Void shop for the past 3 years, but I've had a Symphony or I've had Enjoy since 2004. I have no idea about numbers, but hi Alejandro, you don't have to spam the chat. Cheers. Yeah, it's a lot of enthusiasm. Um, Sounds like a good philosophy that I can stand behind. Well, no need for fighting or drama. It will sort itself out. It usually does. Just enjoy the space. Those numbers are strange to me, but yeah, I agree. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not that drunk. I can actually talk and speak in sentences since I need to get up for work in about 6 hours. So, but I'm the kind of person that does fine on around 4 hours of sleep. So that's why I brought 2 beers and not one for the end of the stream because I can spend 30 to 40 more minutes without a problem. As for if I prefer indica or sativa, I don't really have a preference because I find there is uses and beauties in both of them, and in combination, I think it's especially fantastic. So it all depends on, like many things, what kind of mood that you're after. And I'm not really against any of the moods that it offers. But of course, if I'm around too much other people, sativa is a bit easier on the mind, less paranoia. But otherwise, I welcome paranoia and panic, and I don't mind a visit from the devil. I'm well aware of his ways and his demons. We're well acquainted. I have no idea why everyone is so motivated, but it's a Saturday, so weekend moods, spirits, I guess. Well, I don't think this is the right place for immersing ourselves in devil worship, considering that I need to work soon. But I think if you look close enough, you'll see works of the devil everywhere. Well, it sounds a bit like my work to some extent. We had some weird birthday party here today with some people, and there was people playing trumpets and singing. It was odd. And I'm a pretty good Fisk Dam host. But holding together a kitchen can be a hard task if you're not used to it. Yeah. If you're good at the delegation, you should be good at delegation if you're using a hosting service for your work or maintaining a hosting service. That's pretty much delegation all around. Um, but it's different practices, of course. I'm getting close to 6 beers as well, so you're in the you're winning at the moment, but challenge accepted. Yeah, I know. I've noticed. I've been there a couple of times. Well, I have a few Demon cassettes around, but more vinyls because I got them in a license deal. Hybrids are nice. But yeah, it's a bit awkward with all of this positive energy. Though it's better, of course, than a lot of bullshitting, of course. Mead sounds like fun, though some people would say that I'm a hypocrite for saying that. But wherever. There's plenty of berries that wouldn't exist without bees as well. So does that make you a hypocrite if you eat blueberries? If you're hard enough on yourself and your ideals, blueberries are just as bad as honey. So you can always take it a step further if you want to be a perfectionist and idealist, but that's not connected to reality. even though I don't consume honey myself personally, I don't feel there is any valid reason to curse out anyone that enjoys the taste of it, or especially fermenting it to make a glorious beverage for intoxication. That's a wonderful ritual. Well, I don't know the difference between a smile and a frown, but they're usually connected. I don't mind liquor, but I prefer beer. One of the main reasons, of course, is that you can have a lot more of it. But no one should ever drink elk brew, though. That should be banned. Because I'd rather stand on my hands and piss in my own mouth than drink that bullshit. Um, I have the first press of their demo tape from like 2004, 2005, I don't remember. Like I have maybe 5 or 7 copies of that in my basement of Nosheim. But also, he used to live in the same neighborhood as one of my friends in Umeå. So, if you really care about Nosheim, I can ask around a bit and see what I can find. Okay. Well, you can be a hippie, man. Good night. Well, elk brew is just a stupid beer from Sweden that has a elk on it. It's like a really bad lager, and no one should drink it. But it's cheap and it gets you drunk. I guess being contrary there. Unfortunately, there's no alk in it. It's just a label. It's like if you put a shot of vodka to Beck's or Heineken or something like that. That's what it tastes like. Like the most bland, mediocre lager together with extra alcohol. Yeah, I have the tape and shirt too. Used to have the vinyl, but sold it, of course, many years ago. Um, but if you have stuff, maybe be more specific about if there's something you're missing, and I can check with my friends in Umeå. Uh, and see if anything of it exists or if it's all sold out. Since it's been some years after all. Um, what Aska release is it that you're looking for? I might have something, and I also happen to know where he is, so I can look it up. Tack Alejandro, that's appreciated. And yeah, it's what I'm doing. I don't feel like I have a choice in the matter. It's just what I do. Crocodile is just terrible too. Like it's abuse of corn, and I have no idea about the term determinist. I've read it before, but unfortunately, I haven't read up on it, so I can't say anything about it. So to me, that's a abstract question. Unfortunately, sorry, I don't know what you mean. Maybe or maybe not. I definitely don't believe that. That's bullshit. But I understand why some people would think that. It's a good excuse for many things. And I can feel it sometimes. Well, beer with the vodka is better than beer with the Rocky or moonshine in most cases. but I understand the sentiment. Mm. Well, I know that I have the Undergång demo. I'm not sure about Aska. Sounds familiar, but it's been some years. But yeah, I'll ask my friends up north and see what they can gather for me. Or I'll simply travel there and sort it out myself. We'll see what happens first. And I don't make or sell moonshine. I've tried some from other interesting people that I'm not going to mention here because I don't want to risk them getting into trouble. And I've never tried methadone. I've just tried other connected substances with similar effects. And it's not really for me. I've never been into that kind of effect. Um, one, two, three, four. Now this is the end of number 5. This is number 6. Yeah, that picture is from the session that was talked about a bit earlier in the stream. It's not cocaine, it's amphetamine. but there has been cocaine on other occasions, among other things. Hello, Kiss of Death. Thanks and greetings. Cheers. Uh, and is something that melody came to me when I was sitting in my living room and I was watching the forest behind my house through the window and exploring new reverbs and delay pedals that I had gathered that year. And I was finding ways to make those pedals sound as good as possible to my ears. And I kept watching the branches of trees behind my house dance in the wind. And that's what became N or Ian. And the name is familiar, but it's also a common name. So I couldn't say that I'm a fan of his or hers. Doesn't say anything to me really. Sorry. And yeah, as for if I'm in contact with Trist, we are, but on a like annual, yearly basis, because we've known each other for a long time, and we are both patient and like our time alone. So we never stress or force anything. Everything takes the time it needs. So that project is not going to happen more, but something else could in the future, but we haven't decided on anything. So I don't know about that. And I wouldn't say that it's mutually exclusive because meditation is what it is, regardless of what you take or doesn't take. But it's definitely easier to find meditative states, I find, after getting to know them through psychedelia, because then you know the thresholds and what doors you have opened and not. And I find there's a lot of meaning to be found in meditation through just simple meditation, like the solitary kind, or wandering and other activities that are in the more like minimalistic, ritualistic, ceremonial kind. But that uh, none of them can ever be better than another because everyone has a different experience. So it's all about what matters to you and how it affects you and your perspective, if it becomes enhanced or not. Do you feel like you evolved from the experience or not, and so on. In other words, if it works for you and if it makes you a brighter, stronger person, then that's a route worth taking. Yeah, horse emerging will resume when the time is right. But it's too good music and art to just throw away. That's why I'm also fighting with the different artists and labels connected to it. Because I refuse to release something for the sake of it. There's too many bands releasing mediocre, unfinished albums instead of putting everything they can into making real art and real music. And I refuse to be a part of that collective. And no, I don't make a living out of art or music. I can survive on it and struggle on it. I can starve on it. And I have for large periods of time in my life, and that's okay with me because that's something I choose rather than having a regular 9 to 5 job. But no, I can't make a living of it. And I can imagine it's early morning somewhere. It will be here soon too. And I can't answer that question about orange emerging. I'm not sure. That's something to be found out over the years. I don't know at the moment. And yeah, I've tried Ritalin and different variations of it over the years. As for new bands, one should give a try or listen. It depends on what you refer to as new or what kind of music that you're interested in, or if you have listened to any of the previous streams where I made some recommendations or answered questions about such things. Um, I wouldn't call it new bands because they've been active for over a decade each. But if it's like in the black metal realm, uh, the woman who makes these clothes, who also has a fantastic band with her husband, is Sortilegia. You should definitely listen to them. Then, of course, all the works of my friends in Urfast is worth checking out. They've been evolving in very interesting directions the past years. Then, of course, the whole Trondheim scene is spectacular. As for tips for insomnia, well, to me, it's always been walking in nature and meditation. Find ways to feel calm in not doing anything. Yeah, it could be referred to as morning. To me, it's night. I generally make the difference between morning and night when it starts to become brighter outside. But everyone is to their own, of course. You can call it whatever you want. Answer in the chat. Nui Clothing is from the guitarist and vocalist in Sortilegia. And she is the one that custom made this for me. And she makes a lot of interesting things, and some things in smaller production scales, but every season there is something new and some returns. And of course, if you haven't listened to music since 2010 actively, my friend in Ill Omen makes some fantastic stuff too. And then connected to Trondheim. Should never miss Mara. But also, of course, Vemod explains itself. Well, recommending the Spelomega is like recommending someone dissection. Like, if you don't know about them, what do you really know? But maybe that was a joke. I don't know. I can't read jokes in text, and usually not in spoken word either. Maybe if you're 15. I'm not sure what you mean about extended backcountry camping, but we have some areas of the country that is pretty big and accessible. Like you're allowed to camp, or there are cabins that you can stay in there for free, or that you can rent. Um, it depends on where in the country you are. I'm not too invested in that kind of community. Yeah, there's plenty of wilderness here. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, like more in the north, there's areas where you can wander, and there's like basic cabins where you just have like a stove for fire. You just have shelter for the night, and then you wander on. And there's different routes that takes different amounts of days and so on. But yeah, Allemansrätt is pretty much eternal camping if you want it to be, as long as you're not disturbing people. And that's also a matter of perspective. But you could essentially establish a home in the forest and do your own thing. And yeah, live like people did in Alaska in the 70s. You could do that here. And hi, I'm fine. Sorry to hear that about you. It, it can always get worse, which means that it can always be better. Just try to relax and enjoy the time that you have that isn't at class, and things should be better. I think there's a bit too much sarcasm in this chat right now. It's confusing to my mind. Not just because of alcohol, but also my actual mind. Yeah, I've only been on the west coast of North America, actually. I agree, it's good. Well, we all have to submit to a universal truth, I guess. I thought you were talking about the whining for a while, but that's a different band, I think. Of course, beer has an effect, but also keep in mind that I've been up for 21 hours now, so and working for 12 of them in a very active kitchen. Feel like the chat has been deteriorating for a while. But I have some beer left, so I'm going to let it evolve as it wants. You are in charge. I'm not sure what that says about you. As for how I got to dedicate myself to such stressful work, well, I didn't really have any choice. It's what I have access to and knowledge in for all my life. I've always been uh, active in the restaurant business, and my father has always been a chef. So whenever I needed to work somewhere, he had some ideas where I could call or have meetings, and I've met some different bosses or chefs or restaurants over the years, and ended up working in different places and developing knowledge and skills and so on. Yeah, it's not an easy job, but someone has to do it. And you get a high tolerance for bullshit, so that also means that you're extra appreciative when people are kind or compliments. And of course, I have many thoughts about veganism, but they are far too many and too detailed for me to just riff on mindlessly while I'm not sober and tired. There will be videos, I promise you. And of course, there will also be recipe videos. I actually have several menus that I could make. The problem is that at my current or previous house, the light is just too shitty, so I can't make good videos in that kitchen. So when I'm moving, I'm going to make sure that I'll have a place that is easier to make good videos at. And it depends on what week it is, but yeah, there are times when I have to prepare some things that I wouldn't taste or touch otherwise. But I'm used to that because I've been working with this kind of stuff all my life, and of course, I have the help of co-workers, so it's easy to, as long as you have the right temperature, you can make many things properly. And out of experience and knowledge in chemistry and how different things interact, I know how to make a good sauce. And you can elevate many things out of a good sauce or marinade or rub or whatever you want to call it. There are many aspects and details. Where I'll just come off as a nerd or um, something else less nice. And I don't prefer either. It's more fun to make your own. And we have something else here, but it's called Naturally. Yeah, it's a good summary. It could work, but not enough people ask for it here, so they don't feel a need to pay for it. That's another brackets to the summary. But the grass is for everyone. That's something we all know, especially the good kind. Well, the devil is everywhere, so I wouldn't call it a cameo. Well, I actually know several Niklases, because believe it or not, there is more than one Niklas. Should we have a death match? to determine the true Niklas? Time will tell. We don't do brunsås here. Yep, you can also make a contest out of who is the most Niklas. And of course, we should have the death match in Saint Nicolaus and Belgium, which is ridiculous, but it's true. There's an actual city named after Santa Claus in Belgium. I don't know why, but reason to go to Belgium and drink beer. From how you're writing it, it sounds like you're a Niklasist. And the moment you add ist to something, it's less good. Well, I think you're getting a bit too personal about sauces here, because we all have our secret recipes. I welcome chemists, though it's hard for me to say. Yeah, we're still here. We got drunk and distracted. Hopefully it's not too unbearable. I'm not sure about terms of service when it comes to these details. I think it depends on how explicit the footage is. Yes, becoming more ridiculous by each minute. Yeah, I don't think anyone is sober anymore. If you read every sentence too hard, I think even the chat is hard to remain sober from. It's things have been taking a weird turn. I feel sober, but I know that I'm not. I think that's an important distinction to make. Because I'm aware that there are words that I can't recall if I'm forced to. Like at knife or gunpoint, I wouldn't be able to say certain stuff or things and things. Well, I'm I'm out of beers after this one, so I'm not sober, but I'm not going to get drunker tonight. Another time. I've ordered a couple of Guesses and Imperial Stouts for the next stream. And I wouldn't want to be an actor. That's uninteresting to me. I have more important things to do than to pretend to be something else. Well, we'll see what comes in the future, but since I do this from work, I can't take drugs here. But when I've moved to my next place, I wouldn't rule it out. As for what I would do after live stream when I'm not sober, going for a walk or maybe sleep, uh, it depends on the day. If I would be at home, I would be taking a walk. But since I have work in a few hours, I'm going to go to sleep. But first, I'm going to make like a light meal because it's been many hours since I ate something. And I know that if I cared about nutrition, I would rather eat a good meal in the morning. But because I have high metabolism, I can afford myself the luxury to mistreat my body and eat a meal before I go to sleep. And I have both beans and fried potatoes and various salads and chilies and salsas and many nice things here. So I'm not limited. I just have different priorities. That's all. Well, I definitely do that. I have mushrooms at home, but not here. After all, this is work. And I treat work as work. When I work, I don't do other stuff. I will never reveal any sources at this place. It depends on the strain of mushrooms, but generally it's better to eat them because heat can remove some of the active components. Unless you make sure that your tea is not too warm. Like if it's below, I think it's 57 or 58 degrees Celsius, it's fine. So in other words, you can dip your fingers in it and it should hurt a bit, but not too much. And yeah, that's supposed to be vague. Because you can use a thermometer. Well, that just means that they have a weak constitution. And yeah, on the toast aspect, that works for mushrooms. Another good version, I think, is to blend them in like blueberry smoothie or soup, or make a shot with lemon and lime and maybe some ginger. And make sure they're dried and powder them up while in a grinder. Or if you do that, one thing that I used to do and sell to a lot of people is dry the mushrooms, and grind them properly, then add them to chocolate and eat that. Dr. Alban is a fantastic guy. I've I've cooked for him several times. uh, Super sweet guy. Um, as for how I deal with working and being creative, I struggle with it actually because often what I do demands a lot of my energy and time. So I don't have the energy to complete anything that I do. It's like you're in a forced state of dreaming. And I've never puked or vomited from mushrooms, but I felt like I've been close. But yeah, I've never had any issue with it. I have vomited from truffles, like a lot of philosopher's stones, because they're so fucking sour and acidic. But mushrooms is no problem. I can do that all day, especially in comparison. Okay, so I'm officially out of beer tonight. How many beers? Just 6. And yeah. Yeah, I can definitely say that anxiety is tied for me to bodily tension and discomfort. Like if I have a lot of anxiety, I get tensions and convulsions. But when I yeah improve my life, I get a bit less of it. So it depends on how much I'm alone or how long periods of time that I'm for, which is usually connected. But it's unfortunately required for me to be able to make the kind of music that I do. And hi. Mm. Well, I feel that I could buy a beer from the restaurant, but I also know that it's been 4 hours now and I should eat something and sleep because I need to work in like 5 hours. So if I'm ending it this way, uh, it is what it is. Like there's always going to be other times. And yeah, as always, if there's specific times of the day or evening or whatever you wish to call it, that is easier for you to access these streams, I can try to make more of them at that time of the day. But right now, this is what it is. And I find it very hard to find like-minded people to work with me. That's why I make everything or the majority of my works by myself or with very few people. And tension is not required to play my music, but it's more like a side effect by it. Anyway, my cup is empty and I need to rest. So, thank you all from the bottom of my being for sharing this time with me and together here. It's been a fantastic time, and I wish to see you next time, as many as possible, of course. And take care. As always, you're always welcome to comment in this video after it's been stopped streaming, and any requests or desires or whatever connected to the stream or subjects, anything, let me know and I'll do what I can to address it in future streams or videos. And yeah, see you next time. And I'll make sure that it's sooner than later. Take care.